Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 7 in the Karen Reed case, where we will go on what we describe as Fantasyland, because we are in the Jen McCabe timeline. If any of you have watched Marvel movies on Disney Plus in the movies, you know, sometimes they make a little whoopsie and then they'll just change the timeline. Go back, watch Wolverine and Deadpool. They do it all the time. Jen McCabe has the same access to that equipment like Wolverine, just not the fancy outfits.
That explains it. Can we send a cease and desist to get her to stop with the lip smacks? Because I went through my entire emergency box of Mike and Ike's yesterday.
I think it's in the Constitution that the original 13 must all lip smack.
Oh.
Thank you, On Balance, for becoming a member at Most Channel.
And thank you, yes.
Zach, hands above the duvet.
Yeah, this Netflix recast of Skeletor is not my favorite one.
I sent you a tweet. Have a look before trial starts. Well, the only tweet I have received is, "Hi, nice to meet you. I saw your profile and was attracted by your..." So that's another block.
Wait, Baker, you could get a green card. You're not thinking this
No,
through.
because she looks Asian, so I don't think she's real.
Oh.
Oh, it's here. Oh, he didn't send me a tweet. He just wrote a tweet. He is starting a new series showing what I will call, to be kind, an alternate view of the Karen Retrial. Feel free to share with your viewers. What is this? Let's take a look. It's a
Alternative,
space
like
cadet is a person who appears to be in their own world without touch with reality. And again, I don't know. Oh, that's not the one I want to hit. I want to hit this. Then I want to hit this, and then I want to. No, that's the wrong one again. That was my Discord. This is my Twitch chat. Then I want to embiggen that. And then I want to go back to the beginnings. This is by Brian Stockport. I haven't seen it.
What is a space cadet? According to the dictionary, it's a person who appears to be out
really
of touch
hoping
with
there's
reality.
not bad language.
Hey, everybody. This you will recognize as the surest sign of my brilliance.
A space cadet can also be a person who behaves oddly or seems stupefied or remote because of the influence of drugs, druggy. As
Hello, Towel friends over on the YouTube, and hello, Towel friends on X. Apologize for that quick 30-second hiccup there as I got the stream up and running.
What is a space cadet?
Well, thank you, Brian.
You know, the sad thing though is if you went through any of my lives and I just did this, they would definitely have a bunch of sound clips for me of like, this chick doesn't even know directions and she's got to cheat, but she's dyslexic. So she thinks both could be L. So why she still does this, I don't know.
But why do this? Hey, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and maybe I should do it even worse. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to today's coverage of the Karen Reed case, where all of us will be sampling the devil's letters and having a lot of fun. No matter what setting called, I will
Cube
reject
that's
it.
never been moved prove that he's a genius, other than the fact that he's learned, you know, to not move the Rubik's Cube, and then therefore it's all uniform.
Could be why.
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
John! 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 I love Valhalla's just.
Sorry, I'm not awake yet, y'all. I'm getting there though. I'm getting there.
Yes, Grant have a YouTube channel now, and I bet it's good.
God, can I call in? With a wash
I don't know if
rag
he has
and
an
say I
open
have
line.
his lost long son.
Hey there, Karen Retrial watcher.
Shut up. Not you, but the screen in the background. Jen, would you? No, I like. Let's just say I don't like when the steak has been trimmed all the way. A little bit of fat gives it flavor.
I am struggling to understand the dating / relationships. Like, do the women just like temporarily, you know, dumbfound the men with the sound of their voice and lip smack, therefore incapacitating them until they get them in their house? And then that's how they end up married? Because honestly, I am so horrified by all these women in this trial.
Well, I think it's just if you live in New England, you're thinking it's either this or a polar bear. Yeah,
It gets cold in the winter, y'all. It gets cold.
yeah. Then why would you hang out with these skinny women? They can't give you much heat.
Yeah, I mean, at least my Midwest, you know, badonkadonk SpongeBob SquarePants as it is can still keep you warm in winter.
Hospice Jess, so
why you
does
got a
anyone
dog.
know about the Tom CPU drama? I heard there was drama. I hear there's drama everywhere. The only thing I know there's not drama is between me and Mo. Other than that, there's drama everywhere.
Me and Baker got beef.
I'm just
Where's the
saying
beef?
Jamie doesn't stream with us anymore.
She really doesn't. She really hates me. I don't know why she hates me, but she really hates me. It's kind of sad.
Why do you hate me? Will you ever do a more thorough and in-depth review of each chapter in Plevin's book? Why do you hate me? I read it once, and I read every single word in that book. I'm never touching it again. You will get stupidity from reading it. That's yeah.
Yeah, I thought, I was like, okay, I know I'm ADHD. I know I'm ADHD. Why does this not stay to a subject?
Because he's kind of like Jen McCabe. I think she might have been the ghostwriter on it, because there's 4 continuous stories going. None of them syncs up. And if we just were to recap her mistakes from yesterday that she changed from the first trial, now she arrives after Karen Reed, even though she was in the house seeing Karen Reed when Karen Reed arrived. Because she said, I arrived after the Nagel kid. The Nagel kid pulled up after Karen.
Yeah, and I guess I'm getting
a big jump in her story. It doesn't make sense at any point.
Maybe we could do an actual representation of where all the cars were, or where they said they were, because this is another thing that's really confusing me, because Brian Higgins was at the mailbox, but then he moved into the...
No,
It's
Brian
really
Higgins
hard
was in the driveway because he had this funny joke, even though there's no snow, which we know because we saw the library video. He liked to plow people's driveway because that's the funniest thing I have ever heard. If you ever think that's funny and you want to talk to me about it, I will be out walking my rock collection that day because you need a life buddy. Then he moves it out to not be in the way of anyone else and places it at the mailbox. And then he goes into the house, never seeing Colin, even though Colin is leaving around the same time he arrives. Then Jen parks in the driveway. I think she's next to Little Bryce. No, she's next to Coco's car. And walks into the house where she looks out the window she can't look out of, while having that funny family tradition where her nephew shows her a song on her phone that she already had on her phone for 3 days ago, because it's a long-standing tradition in the family, because her drunk sister always danced with an umbrella. Why is it's raining men and not under my umbrella with Rihanna? It makes no sense.
It does. It really doesn't. Did she not watch Tom Holland doing, celebrity lip sync battle where he did, Rihanna? Did she feel like she was just never going to compare? Because I wouldn't after him. But he can shake his little badonkadonk.
So I went back and I watched Jen McCabe's, most of Jen McCabe's testimony again from last year.
How sober were you? Please tell me not at all.
Too sober.
Damn.
She said last year in the beginning of her testimony, or at the start of her testimony rather, that she had only remembered seeing Karen Reed's vehicle twice out front of the Alberts house. She said she looked through the front door, saw it directly in front of the door, went back, sat down, got up again, and looked out she didn't say looked out the door, but she implied looked out the door. And she eventually does say that she looked out the door and saw it a second time, but it had moved up by the flagpole. By the time Alan Jackson got done with Cross, she admitted that in the grand jury testimony, she said that she looked out the door 5 separate times and saw the vehicle each of the 5 times, and that's what prompted the text messages that she sent. And according to her testimony then, she was looking at Karen Reed's car, I think all the way to 12:45 the last time she sent a text, which we obviously know is impossible. So she changed her story from the grand jury 5 times to last year to 2, eventually admitting to 5. And I'm curious how many times she's going to say that she saw the vehicle today by the time it's all wrapped up.
50 time.
Also, she's talking about the kitchen window, and I hadn't, until you did the front on view of where the kitchen window was in the house. There is no way she could have seen anything towards the light
No.
pole because you have that bush and it's got curtains on it. And that's not the place you would look if you were looking to that side of the house. You would go into, I guess, the TV room or the door.
And like I said, last year she said she looked through the front door, not the window, through the front door.
Jen deserves an Oscar. I think we left around, I don't know, after midnight. Yeah. You arrived after midnight, you numpty. So give me a sticky note for the gifted membership, please. I love your wall of gift. Well, I will give you a sticky note as soon as I see it that I got 5 gifted. I was just doing stuff. And because it's Jen McCabe Day and I am dreading this.
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Jen! 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 Jen!
Hey, Baker, can you pull up Agra from the Dark Crystal? Because I'm seeing some great, more in the eye area, not the boobage, but definitely Agra, the trash Muppet, does have some Jen McCabe-like features, or a Skeksis. I mean, whichever one.
I don't know what any of that is, but it sounds okay.
Hold
thank
on.
you, Holly Man, for gifting 5 memberships to Joe Biffle, Captain Butterfly, Crafty, Chicago Jen, Sarah Carbo. I'm trying to get it out of the way because we're starting in the background.
Okay.
How have you never seen the Dark Crystal?
Yeah.
I think it's 12 and 12.
Freeman looks like a Keebler elf that got fired for peeing in the cookie dough.
Oh my God.
That's it. We are rectifying this for Dollywood.
Council had asked.
I think I've got it on Blu-ray.
The jury came over, Your Honor.
We must.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me
never
about,
been so
Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
Yes, well, yes.
What kind of
Yes, 12
nonsense
from
is
yesterday,
this?
12A's in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those 2 clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe. And then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously, this was a admission of the party opponent in the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay is hearsay. If you want to give clips in to do so, I vote the objection to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow
How's
that.
that evidence of motive?
Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was.
So why would you ever mention Bella's mom if you don't know? How would John know where Bella's mom lives? If it's not? I hate this weasel. Citizen Dane says, "Have a nice Wednesday." Oh, many thanks for 169 giggity Danish
Giggity.
kroners. Nice. table.
Nice.
That's so nice having a few Danes in here.
Giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is, let's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay.
Line up for everyone.
Why don't? Yes. Yeah.
So now they
we
want to
know-
say that while on the drive over there giving directions, she says the house is right by Bella's mom, which makes no sense. Why would she give that direction? Because she then mentions Bella's mom's house again in the morning when they come from the totally opposite
Yeah.
direction.
I don't know. Again, this doesn't have to be anything more. Why is the state trying to give us a motive? The state never has to prove a
There
motive.
isn't one.
Because
But they're never
there is-
prove it.
last year they tried to give the motive that they had the Aruba sisters, and that's why he lost his mind. She lost her mind. Now it's Bella's mom. Bella's mom, she got it going
Got it
on.
going on. She's all I want and something. I forget.
Now, did Hank tell Jen this last night? I hope they had a really good session of stop talking. Man, I'm just telling you how stop talking. You're ruining my defense because you changed your story. Do you know the cross-examination will be so you lied? Now they just wrote it down different. So last year in court, when you stated, was that a lie? Now, Court TV recorded it the wrong way.
Okay, so I revamped the wheels of excuses for Jen.
Nice.
And we've got My Truth, Jen, holistic. That's a crime? What's the question? I misheard, English as a second language, 2-drink minimum. The DOJ, you don't say, misspoke, paraphrase versus verbatim, bevel allow it.
I hope Botox appointment is in there somewhere.
You know, I didn't even think of that.
I don't know why there's a feedback. It's from court. How can the state continuously change their theory? Aren't they supposed to remain with the same theory throughout? Otherwise, why bring the case if you have to change it? Well, they don't change their theory per se. Their theory still is that she's very, very jealous, and that's why she kills him, or she's really, really angry. The problem is that they have changed so many times when she does it, how she does it, and why she does it. And that's for the defense to point out.
This court is now open. You may be seated.
Let's get back to the worst voice on the planet.
Yeah, and,
All right.
and
Good
Kate
morning
will be there
again,
as well.
counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left this? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Yeah, the big problem is, and that's why I like he was slow burning him, not going for the kill, because now they have their experts' timeline that doesn't add up with their other experts' timeline, and absolutely doesn't add up with Jen McCabe's timeline. So I think it was great.
Ms. Smith, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Why
Good morning,
is she
Ms.
wearing a
McCabe. Good morning.
sweatshirt?
Oh, she's the cool mama bear.
Good morning.
I will
morning.
say it's a much better color for her. Very soft.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what
We
there's
call
any
it-
surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, she doesn't sound good today. Yes. Maybe she's a little
Mr.
tired.
McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
Show me what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
How did she pronounce his last name?
O'Keefe?
O'Keefe?
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
It's my best friend in the entire world, Mr. O'Keefe.
Didn't she also refer to him as some guy on a front lawn? You know, besties and all.
Yeah, he's passed out on the front lawn after she had been over there giving him CPR and feeling that he was dead. Because that's a new timeline as well. Remember, Deadpool got nothing on Jen.
Last year, she said that Carrie mentioned something about chest compressions. She never said that she gave chest compressions last year.
Well, it makes sense if you don't think about it.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Looks, is this a Ring camera right here? Looks.
Are you a Ring camera expert?
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
That absolutely doesn't look any... I'm sorry, but you can... Why is there a red bar here? This should be completely gone, but you can see there's a red bar here.
Yes, it is.
It magically fell off.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Objection. Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
You're leading like a mofo.
What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark
good of an
it for him?
attorney.
I told
Really
him
bad.
to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Okay, Bella
Now,
Street
I want
versus
you to
Bella's
take us back
mom.
where we were yesterday when we left off.
Different.
You had brought us
Yeah.
to Fairview Road.
Yeah, this is really different because did she mention go by Bella's house?
Yes.
Then
Yeah,
why
did she
would
say-
Karen say, who's Bella? And John would say, well, I used to bang her mom.
Yeah, I mean, hey, remember that girl you did the reverse cowgirl to? Send us pictures. Yeah, hang a left at her house.
Yeah, that would make me think that Karen could say, oh, you're a womanizer. I'm getting jealous. But if it's just Bella's house, Bella, the kid in 3rd grade, why would the next question you ask, so you banged her mom as well? I'm going to kill you. So she didn't give the testimony she was supposed to give because she was supposed to say Bella's mom's house. Because there's no reason she should get mad at Bella, who goes to school with John's niece. This is a leap of logic that, oh, so she asked, oh, who's Bella? Well, you know how I like to sling the D. I used to do it to this girl 6 years ago. Oh, so when I wake up in the morning, I instantly think, oh, we're going by Bella's house. Oh, did he used to bang Bella's mom? This makes no sense again.
You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
Okay, pause this. So you have a line of questions talking about Bella's mom, and then you go apropos of nothing with absolutely no segue into CPR, and you were doing chest compressions. This is not a way to lead an interview or
I'm
or
lost.
witness testimony, because he is this just his style, or
I think it's so you don't think about it. You just heard Bella, and then later he will bring up Bella's mom. And then you'll, oh yeah, I heard about that. No, I didn't catch that one.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to? Thank you.
Miss McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
She's gonna cry now.
What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in Retrial. Is it not 34? Yes, 34, the Albert resident. Yes, I just pulled up behind it. 34 Fairview, Canada, yeah.
Not the one that's under emergency. I didn't catch that the first time. Outside of the Albert's residence. Because it means something to the cops in Canton to say outside the Albert's residence.
Why would she say that way, though? There's like 17 Albert's residents in town, right?
I also don't get there's a guy.
Again, yeah, there's a guy. That's weird. But outside the Alberts, she just said the name. There's 25 cops living on this street. This is copland.
Yes, 34, the Albert resident. Yes, I just pulled up
The
behind
Albert's residence. Because 32 Fairview or 36 Fairview, she would have said 36 or 34. But she mentions the Albert's residence because he's a cop. It's a cop family. They know they're cops. But they didn't know who lived there.
Also, she said the address.
Yeah.
She said the address correctly. So how it ended up being 32 or 36 or whatever in all the police reports and shit.
Yeah, it was the
sus.
Asian house in the police report.
Yeah.
It is speed up to 125 because we talk too much.
Hello? Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. And what else?
He's gonna get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just switched him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend, he's John Keith.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and I couldn't get out.
He got out of the car.
I don't know if he women. There are two women trying to it could be heat and then spell call.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we got to get the side of go and then just get it.
Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we're going to talk to Connor and the police department on the way. If everyone's planning CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm afraid I'm trying to see her. I know, Mom, that's all at the end of it. I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know, if there's any,
Did she just sigh?
Yes.
Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He had out,
What the hell?
Like I'm talking Congress about maybe, and I don't know.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think it's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yeah.
Now I think the pool floor.
This is the most calm woman I ever heard just lost her best friend in the whole world.
Yeah.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR.
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back if you become a sponsor, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock.
Horror.
My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be.
Why is she constantly throwing Carrie under the bus? Carrie was a bit. She said Carrie, she didn't say Karen.
Now, because Carrie admitted that Jen McCabe heard it and that Carrie didn't hear her say, I did it, I did it, I did it. And also because Carrie admitted that they set up a timeline that morning, which I don't know if you know this or not, but that's a little bit sus, Baker.
Yeah.
As calm as I could
signal
to get help there as fast as I could and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his
She's
age,
gonna get tore up on cross.
You said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
Because
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast.
Valhalla,
she's so full of shit. She's so full of shit.
Valhalla, you used to be in the great big green traveling agency, right?
Yeah.
Whenever someone got a little gift from the locals and a Humvee tipped over or something, did the radio calls go, hey guys, Private First Class Johnson, he lost a leg. A male, 22 years old, he lost a leg. It doesn't look good. He seems unresponsive. Another male, 23 years old, is a little irate. There are local guys sending freedom pellets our way. I think they might be angry. I'm just not trying to turn it into a story.
Well, I'll tell you this, Baker. There for a little while, I was the radio guy. And it was a little more exciting than that when things were happening. There was a little angst in the voice. A little bit.
I think I was 9 years old when I found a veterinarian who had killed over with a heart attack. I ran as fast as my fat little legs could carry me to my dad. Because my brother, that asshole, he said, oh, you go touch him. And I did. And I said, he's really cold. And I can feel that in my hands to this day. And I ran down there and said, Dad, I think there's a dead guy. And my dad didn't say, oh, calm down now. Don't make a story out of this. Was it a person unresponsive? No, my dad said, oh, fuck. Told my mom to call 911 and ran up there and tried to see if he could do something. He couldn't. He passed away. But it used to be our veterinarian. So,
well, But that's
I'm sorry.
also like when I called because I thought that my youngest, most feral was missing. Now he just decided to take a nap in the cabinets in the basement, as you do. But I had to physically tell myself, okay, this is our address. This is our address. And the dispatcher was really nice, but I could tell even myself wanting to get all that information out, her having to ask me specific questions over and over to get my mind to stop racing, because I was like, I've already answered this question when I hadn't, because I was already thinking about the next thing. Like, is he, in the
Yeah.
backyard? Is he with, has he started his own cult? So she does not sound like she's upset at all.
No, and yeah, Janine is right. They know exactly what we're talking about right now because they know how stupid it sounds.
As possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I think I had the beginning of it, I had it sped up. That's why it sounded faster.
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And
Jen?
this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
When did you do chest compressions, Jen?
Well, did you hear her say they flipped him over?
From the face area. Was that before?
No, she wanted to
after
turn him over.
After.
Oh, okay.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
And you wouldn't have, because he didn't have a pulse. So you can't bleed if there's nothing pumping.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so we could see where we were.
And then what happened?
Then who did chest compressions?
The police officer,
she's
not
so full
sure
of shit,
specific.
man.
I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just
Is it Karen or Carrie? She says Karen?
crazy, like just
around you.
Karen's just
Oh,
running
Karen.
around crazy,
I hear it as
like just
Carrie
yelling,
because of the
screaming,
accent.
kind of like a ping
I
pong.
don't like people
What are you
with
trying to do?
accents.
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming. a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Did she say that?
Maybe.
Why would you call John's family while they are working on his body and trying to get him to the hospital?
If I remember right, Carrie was calling Peggy almost immediately.
Why?
Yeah, because she was offering them, she was going to drive them to the hospital. She didn't want them
This is before
driving
John is
because-
even removed from the scene. She's already, hey, everyone, John's going to go to the hospital. You want to have me come pick you up?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just the way they have both testified, that she immediately called Peg because Peg and her were friends and, wanted to make sure that they were safe driving.
She said she was driving and asked to leave for them. Yeah.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time
that's
of that
what I
911
got.
call?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, then
No.
I could be wrong.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived
She
in this area
remembered
for a long
specifically
time?
Sarah
Yes.
was the first one that
Active in the
showed up
community?
last year.
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective
No
Lank?
one knows anyone.
Yes, I knew
in this
him.
How did you
town.
know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Now, all of a sudden, now she wasn't sitting in the back anymore?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search.
It still pops up.
And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
But according to you, she's already told you that like 6 times.
I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Why would you be startled?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Hysterical and irrational, but you believe that she hit him. So you discount every other thing she said that day, except for this statement where she's being totally honest. Oh my goodness, who is resting B face?
Made the search.
That's a new story again, because yesterday she already said I hit him on the phone when she called him at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And now I'm so surprised she said it. She never said that before no more.
It's apparently the 3rd time she said it this morning, but this time she's shocked and surprised by the. Ugh.
Yeah. I don't know why she needs to lie this much, but this is, as I saw someone said on Twitter, she should actually get perjury charges with the amount of change she have had made to her story from last year. Because she's a lying liar who lies.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing?
Baker,
and then
pause.
I believe I tried.
You're telling me that Brian Albert, certified cop extraordinaire, doesn't have a service thing under his mattress? Because I'm thinking that you startle certain, service members or people out of a dead sleep, you might not be coming home. So how does this happen? Also, wasn't Chloe the wonder dog there? So how did she get in without anyone noticing her?
One, ain't no way in hell a cop didn't wake up with all the commotion outside. No way. Can't tell me, can't lie about it, can't try and say it. Ain't no way a German Shepherd who is known for being a little aggressive with strangers. That sounded racist. Ain't no way that dog wasn't blowing its mind out by screaming at the windows. Ain't no way you walk through a cop's entire house and he's just upstairs thinking, it's probably nothing. No way you're knocking on the door of a cop's house, of a cop's bedroom, and he is still sleeping, and no way that you're standing over his bed saying, hey, bye. No way. This is so unbelievable that how the jury
and Karen
can't
screaming. I mean, you have Karen who, for all intents and purposes, per Carrie and Jen now, who was just Jen, Carrie, Jen, John, Jen, Carrie. Is he alive?
Yeah.
At the top of her voice, like a mutant ping pong ball.
Neighbors came out and took pictures. The Asian house, the next door neighbors were out taking pictures. They woke up, but a cop didn't wake up. Cops are ready to go on the go. My skin is crawling just listening to her. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is a whole nother level of lying.
It's getting to where I don't even want to take notes because it's just like, that's a lie and that's a lie.
This is such a lie. And the funny part is we all know it's a lie, and they keep going with it.
I did the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
6:42:59. That's when everyone leaves. That's when her heart rate spikes. Interesting.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
yes.
Yes.
Upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did. He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately, Officer Lank came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Why is Matt coming to this house at this time? That's another one of those. Why would you call him and say, come over here?
This morning. I mean, when he was given the opportunity to drive these hysterical women around, he was like, oh, could you just quiet her down? So why is he now showing up?
Yeah, that's... I really hope that Jackson will take his time and methodically just
I'd like to ask the court
slow burn her instead of just killing her.
And I'd like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Oh, look, the desk cam has a timestamp on it now. Look at this whiteout. It's impossible to see anything.
It was a blizzard of the century. It was snowpocalypse.
Look at all that snow. You couldn't see any. This video alone should just be shown and say, hey, people on the jury, imagine this is you driving. Is this a whiteout? Why is everyone lying?
Take us to the arrival at Fairview.
He's not going slowly either.
No, there's probably a speed indicator somewhere to tell you how fast he's going. And now we get the shitty camera.
Yeah, interesting.
Can you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Carrie Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
Yeah, but why is it when Lank is at the house? That's so soon after.
You guys, is it just the light or am I seeing grass?
It's white out. You can't see anything, Mo.
Can you stop there, please?
Oh.
No one.
Does that
Las
really
Lomas
your
it
first
is.
interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that?
If she had had a six-pack in the back of the truck, we could have counted how many beers was left. It's that clear to see. It's just because there's weather on the windscreen. That's why they use this camera. The camera from the other car is way better.
Video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Could you continue, please, Ms. Stillman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop.
And this is where she hears Karen say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Just like McLaughlin, the friendless firefighter. Guess who doesn't hear anything? The cops around them.
Well, but I also want to see her body language. I mean, I want to see her shaking Karen like, what are you saying? You're being crazy. You're hysterical. You know.
I just want to protect you.
Yeah, I'm
You see
waiting
the
for that
officer?
protection.
That was with you in the group?
Yes.
You see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
Was that a, hey, Karen, I'm pointing over here to say, protect yourself, don't say crazy stuff? Or was that, yeah, we found him over here, he was laying right there? That's. I'm just trying to protect you.
Now turned away from the group, speaking to somebody else.
I do.
Continue, please.
What happened? Well, we arrived, we found him over there, he was laying there, and this is my brother-in-law's house. Probably more than, hey, Carrie, Jen, Karen, shut up.
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please.
Who's timing people out over
Is that
on
you,
you,
Mr. McCabe?
Valhalla?
And Ms. Roberts?
Volstorm. Volstorm keeps timing people out in my chat. Knock it off, Volstorm. Jeez.
It's the good old pocket.
Yeah, he's clearly pocket, but he keeps hitting Debbie Webb for some reason.
Beef.
Bad blood.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please? Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
They didn't pray. Miss Roberts said, I never heard her pray. I didn't hear anything about a prayer. So now they prayed again?
Apparently.
Yeah, I mean,
This
I
time
don't
Jen said
expect-
that she was. Go ahead.
I don't expect their stories to line up 100%. I find it actually very odd that their stories line up as, matchy as they do, because every person's going to see the scene in their own lens. So what may have been important to Jen to notice, Carrie might not have even paid attention to. So the fact that they are both now, confabbing and getting their stories straight makes it seem more sus to me.
Where's the video from the police vehicle? There's no backward facing cam. She said they were both in it, and it also testified that she was alone, and he stood in the door, not Jen. Well, last year, they were sitting together in the car with the doors closed to keep her warm, and then she said, I have blood on my fingers, I might have my period. Hey, by the way, can you just goggle how long to die in the cold and make it wrong 2 times? Not at all suspicious. And now they are standing outside while she says, hey, I just put my fingers down my pants and I have blood on them, so I think I'm on my period. I still can't. And I know some women said that it could potentially be something because her mind flipped. But wouldn't you have to have been in your crotchular area to get blood on your fingers and then say, Jesus, I might have bled through?
As the card-carrying lady member of the panel, can say that I've never,
carrying, because again, we don't judge.
I've never done a hand check to figure out if it's that time of the month. I don't speak for every woman, but I don't think that's common. I hope to God that's not common.
No, but it's just such a weird, because she's 43 years old at that time. She has had 1 or 2 periods. I don't know how often women get them.
5.
I haven't been in a relationship.
5 at the very least.
5. I've never been in a relationship for that long. I don't know. So she's sitting there, and they are all. She's hysterical, and then she sits in there and says, "Are they working on him? Are they working on him? Can you Google how long to die in the cold? Whoopsie! I have blood on my fingers. Did I have my period? Did she forget she didn't rummage around and fix her undercarriage? And that's where the blood could have come from. It's such a weird story, and it kind of seems like one of those, we're going to demean her more and claim she's so stupid she thought she was on her period.
Well, because it's a visceral grossness to fellow women when you give yourself, red wings to figure out whether Aunt Flo is here. It is a very sort of female attack on another female. Like, she's gross, she's disgusting. She didn't even wait to go to the lavatory.
Yeah, and I could see her putting her hands between her legs to try and warm them up. But again, we're talking about she's hysterical, she's frantic. And now, remember, this is outside. And we haven't seen her do that crotch warm up. She's wearing clothes. Why wouldn't she put her hands in her jacket pockets, as we see her do in the shots? And
that
then
is not the wallet
again.
you want to use. That is not the... Just because she has a prison wallet ready to go, that's...
Well, I'm not saying
generally
she's
when my
inserting.
hands are
I'm just
cold,
saying I have thick thighs and I can put my hands between them. I don't insert.
Thick thighs save lives, ladies.
Baker never inserted. Remember, Clinton didn't inhale and Baker didn't insert. I am sorry. I will leave myself out.
Oh, goodness.
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please.
I kind of like not watching her,
documentary. I don't know.
but we probably should get her back on screen.
Yeah, but that was the first time. The first time was because her story last year was she was inside the car Googling. But today she changed the story. They were outside of the car Googling.
Well,
And
her
the
fingers were
Googling-
all corrupted.
Yeah, and her Googling coincides with the Aunt Flo check. So now you have to put Aunt Flo later. She's visiting later in the story now. Or else the story doesn't add up. And this is the problem when you lie. Every time you lie and you try to make it more elaborate to try and cover all the mistakes you made the last time, you will make more mistakes. If this is just between you and me, if you wanna lie, for instance, tell a little, no, honey, your pants isn't getting, you ain't getting bigger. It's your pants that's getting smaller. You just slowly, and you say, you're just as beautiful as the day I met you. Because then she will say, oh, you still love me, even though I gained a few pounds. If you say, well, there's the laundromat goblins who will sew your clothes smaller. So clearly that's why the muffin tops hanging out over your pants has nothing to do with you eating more. And me feeding you lard because I like a little bit woman has nothing to do with it. That will kind of make her sus that maybe that bacon grease you rub her in every day isn't massage oil. But the more you put on a story, the more you have to remember. And the problem, this lady, every time she puts something on, she'll forget what she lied about the last time. Someone will find out she lied, and she will have to lie again. And it becomes more and more and more. It's an ever-evolving lie.
Luckily, we've gotten her to testify like 5 times now. You know, you're
but
not
every
sharing
time
it,
they
right?
get it wrong. She never lied.
Exactly. You know, you're not sharing the video, right?
Yeah, because I wanted to see your beautiful face.
Is it during this time,
Appreciate it,
6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15.
There's a reason I'm single.
I don't know. I would have allowed the goblins at the laundromat, sewing my clothes tighter rather than my fork to mouth action.
It didn't
So now
quite
she's
dawn
been
on
put
me.
in. Now she's been put into
Pause, please.
Terry's car.
Ms. McCabe, did you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Carrie go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what did he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Turn that phone off. Funny thing, that phone is inside the police vehicle. It picks up that phone that's annoying the heck out of me. But it doesn't pick up, hey, can you Google How's Long to Die in the Cold while I am doing the P-Pants pocket check?
Also, wasn't Karen incredibly loud? Like, had no ability to use her inside voice. So when we hear like, "Oh my God, I got Aunt Flo," now how's long to die in cold? How's long?
Yeah, it's.
The other thing I didn't quite catch on to until like yesterday. So after they leave, after this house, right after the local police interview the people in the front of this house. Everybody that still does interviews leaves and goes to Jen McCabe's house. Brian Albert, Jen McCabe.
No, they called them back at 8 something.
Right.
Where
the
and everyone has then moved to Jen McCabe's house.
The
Instead
troopers
of
are
staying
supposed
there.
to be coming. The state troopers are coming. They're supposed to stay there and wait for the troopers for interviews. But instead of doing that, they all go to Jen McCabe's house and leave the scene completely. And Proctor and Yuri show up over there to interview him. It's Jen McCabe, Brian Albert. And
Proctor never
Matt
went to the
McCabe.
scene. Remember that? So he never. That's why they have to be at Jen McCabe's house.
Weird. It's almost like they intentionally left so that the troopers wouldn't poke around too much.
Yeah.
In case they weren't somebody friendly.
I don't have my box of Mike and Ike's, and this phone is going to annoy me.
Of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lang?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
How could you imagine showing up to a murder scene and then being like, "Hey, citizen, go in that house and get the people and see if they're alive or not."
I can't remember him testifying to it that last year.
And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
So if we go back and look at Steve's heart rate monitor, at this point, she still have a heart rate of less than 100, according to her Apple Health data. Her heart rate doesn't go up until 3 minutes later. I believe he put in that it's at 6:42:39 that her heart rate spikes and stays high. So that would be when she is at the bedroom. But
To be
let's
fair, I
guess
wouldn't want to
Apple
walk
Health
into
data
that
isn't
nude
accurate.
scene.
Yeah, remember AJ had to point all of this out the last time. Yeah, because all of us were like, what the hell? But apparently Sergeant Lang had told her, hey, can you go check? There could be a cop killer out there. Just walk to the cop's house.
We found a dead cop on the front lawn, and we know that a
After
cop lives
first
in this
responders
house.
took John and you had
But
gone
you
to your
should
sister's
go
house,
in
what did you do
and make
next?
sure it's safe.
Next, after Officer Lang spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lang said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you're waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, you know, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert. Oh, Brian Higgins showed up and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
Brian Higgins.
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
She was the bestest of friends. They were MS buddies, and she didn't have Karen's number. No.
Yep.
But she did have Bry's number. And took a screenshot of it and sent it while at the scene, I believe.
Wouldn't all these police officers become somewhat cognizant of the fact that you shouldn't talk to witnesses of the crime, you know, before they've been interviewed?
No. Every cop knows that it's really important that you get the details out there, start talking about them, try and have two different people talk about it so you can make false memories. This is always the first rule. Never separate witnesses, because you will only get the complete story if you mush all the witnesses into a room and then ask all of them about the story so they can, oh, I didn't get that part. I have to remember saying that. This is police work 101. It's the first page in the book. Never separate witnesses. You will only get the detailed story if you mush the explanations together, and you will never catch anyone in a lie if you. This is why. Have you ever seen movies? They never interview suspects in different rooms one at a time. They always say, "Hey, can you all come into this group therapy session, and we'll just hash it out." It's the first thing you learn as a cop.
Can we take a second and acknowledge the fact that, so as a cop, the first thing you want to do, obviously, is separate the witnesses, get everybody's different testimonies, right? So
no.
If you're Brian Albert, why in the world would you allow all of these witnesses to sit down and create a timeline in your house? Doesn't that just scream unethical? Doesn't that just scream like you're covering something up? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Brian Albert is a detective, right? He's not even a patrol officer. He's like up there. Brian Higgins is an ATF agent, and they're all sitting around the table creating a joint timeline.
Come on now. This is basic police work. You never separate witnesses because witnesses will then not remember the story, and it's really important that witnesses tell the same story. So you have to put them, if you have 3 suspects of a bank robbery, you have to put them in the same room together so they can talk about what was it we did this day. So you're 100% that, oh yeah, we went to the bank at 8 a.m, we hold up the cashier, because they would never ever sit there and say, oh fuck, they got all 3 of us. You were at your mom's house, I was in church, and you were taking care of your baby mama. Yeah. Can you get your baby mama to lie about it? Yeah, sure I can. My mom is always down. Well, she is DTF, if you know what I mean. But
down to frolic.
Down to frolic.
Down to felony.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there,
Exactly, Giant T.
things started coming back to me
Oh, by the way, when I say that with this face, yes, it is sarcasm.
that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I'm
I
always
believe
sarcastic.
somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home, or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after, approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into...
So you had your kids home, your husband came over, and you stayed there for 5.5 hours, and then you had to go home to take care of your kids.
Well, after they got the timeline, yeah, they got their story straight. Then
I had to go home, take care of my kids after 5.5 hours, while one of the kids must at that time have been 19 years old and could take care of her siblings.
20. She was at the time, yeah, probably 19.
Yeah, she's 22 now. So she must...
17. They would have been 19, 17, like 15 and 13 at the time, roughly.
Yeah, the 19-year-old could take care of them.
The kids at John's house for the
when did they go to? Yeah, because then they had to go home, take care of the kids, figure out, hey, let's drop it off at the dead people's house. And Carrie, I don't know, can you come pick me and my sexual product off at a house? Oh, by the way, I'm not going to go to that house. I'm going to go with you and sit in a car for an hour and go pee in a strange person's house.
Not a strange person, an officer.
A strange officer's house.
Hey, some of us have really weird bucket lists.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in? Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
Apparently, that was all that Karen was talking about that morning.
Did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts, or anybody about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that John had passed.
How did Kerry
then
get a
once
hold
I got
of her?
home, I know different friends who were starting to
None
hear.
of them have each other's numbers?
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and our sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who was Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I mean, I love them.
I love them. You
Were
didn't
they
know
staying
them.
at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
The car
No.
repairman.
While you're at the
What
house,
about
did you
the
have a chance
Maytag man?
to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Carrie's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having a conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so
Why does John O'Keefe's mother ask to do a timeline?
Yeah, why is she doing more investigation than Proctor?
It seems really weird that this is the story you're going with. His mom is asking you to do a timeline.
I'm calling bullshit.
my
I'm
sister
thinking that
was
that
there
they
and she said that she would jot it down for us.
manipulated that situation.
So when you got
and
together,
the
was that the
Peg
request
came
of
up with
Mrs.
the
O'Keefe?
idea.
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
Did they mention this
No,
at all
I
in the
just-
first trial?
She wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
No. The timeline thing? I don't think
She
so.
wanted us to remember and try to jot
think
down everything
Carrie-
we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
Broke that news this today or this trial. I could be wrong.
Did you
but
speak
I
to
don't
officers
think so.
further in the future?
Yes,
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
there were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
She deleted a bunch
were
of
you
shit
cooperative?
first.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah.
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I, Coach?
Yes.
How much did you delete for? Why did
If only
you ask
Brian
your
had
daughters
told you
to send
about
over?
breaking the SIM card.
Yeah,
A bunch of personal information with her daughter.
Yes, I
it has
do.
nothing to do with the
That's my
fact that his
signature.
daughter was driving around until like 1:30.
Yes, it's the consent form that I
according to
signed for my phone.
360.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to deal with this. I have no objection to the identification of it. I mean, it's it.
Tight.
Okay, I'll see you at some point. Thank you.
I'd wear that T-shirt.
Me too.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts and you try to memorialize your memory about what happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Let's go, AJ. Oh, this is gonna get brutal, y'all.
I have my highlighters uncapped, y'all. I am
I'm
ready.
gonna set this because he's a fast
Good
talker.
morning,
so-
Mr. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
Today.
What did y'all discuss?
Get your popcorns ready. Here comes Action Jackson. Hopefully, I'm hoping he's not going for the jugular. I really hope that he does learn from Alessi. Get all of the lies that you can use later to impeach other people instead of just getting.
I don't know if I
Mr.
agree with that. I think if anybody in the witness list to go after, I think it's Jen McCabe. Like if you're going to
But
go
you
for
can't make
somebody's
her a
jugular,
victim.
it's this one.
Yeah,
can't
you
make
have to
her
be
a victim.
very. You have to make her unlikable to non-anti-Karen or non, people on our side. So
I
you
don't
have
see
to
her as
get
a
her to show
sympathetic
herself to
witness.
be a cahoon, and then you can go after her. But you have to get that irritation. You have to get out. Why did you talk about Karen this way? You're her friend. Why are you talking about her being hysterical? You were in shock and horror. Why wasn't she allowed to be in shock and horror?
Yeah.
And then when she starts getting flustered like that, and you can see what a cahoon she is, you can go after her. But if he just goes after her right now, when she is looking softer, the blue is a good color. I do worry that he's going to look like a butthead.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes.
Let's go, Alan.
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time?
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment.
She's going to go into, and we discuss how harassed we have been. She will open the door.
Moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was, or is, of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Ms.
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case that she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception, and you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts?
immediate change in demeanor, and the AH level on this woman just went to 1,000. If she does this and say, "My dog stepped on a bee" in a second, I wouldn't be surprised. She constantly answers everything directly to the jury.
Did you see that weird smile she just did? That kind of rictus,
Yeah.
and then she's dropped it? What
Yeah.
was that?
She is so much begging just to say Aiden Teutelboy.
Have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022. How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure. The movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a huge part of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it just.
She was just saying how traumatized she is.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts' perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Liar. How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial, yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
Maybe I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
You can, without any doubt, remember everything that happened that day, but you can't say weeks or months. I can understand that you can't say it's 3 weeks or 4 weeks, but weeks or months. You can say, well, last couple of weeks, or well, it was a couple of months ago. You can do that, even though you don't think about it. Was it before or after Christmas? You can put up that time frame.
Was there still
No.
snow on the
Do you
ground?
think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No.
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, and I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there,
Of
but
course.
generally. Okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or Trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Mr. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to.
What?
They had a Zoom
call
call
last night.
Court had a Zoom call set up with her last night.
And they all clearly know about it because
because the defense said that,
were like, okay,
I'm going to
never
stop
mind.
you.
Yeah.
So was she
That had to have
told?
been with Turtle Boy. That had to have been about
I
Turtle
bet
Boy.
it's to say you can't mention Turtle Boy.
I bet that was about Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
Lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation. Okay.
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have in the 5 included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those? We're just going to call it 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed my. I did review some of my testimony. Yes.
In what format?
I watched
paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't. He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform. How you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
Did he tell you to
discuss
soften up?
Changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and were subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
Right. I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick.
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Funny. There's no receipts.
I'm going to ask you a series of questions.
Don't lawyers always have these things, like I am hysterically linked to mine, where we're taking our highlighters and writing things down like we have,
if you don't
hypergraphia?
have those, you can't be compelled to turn them over. So that's why you don't have them.
It's almost like using the Signal app in person.
Yeah. And again, remember, they asked for all communication in Aiden's case between everyone connected to this. And a lot of people are confusing and saying, oh, Aiden today, and that's what the meeting was yesterday. No, has nothing to do with this case. So even if she are to testify about Krusty, it's a different case. It's a different case number. It could spill over in this case, but it's not a part of this case. We'll have to see what happens today, because still the state haven't produced their discovery in that case, even though they have been compelled. But again, you can't turn anything over if you didn't have anything. That's why Beto Rowe specifically asked for any conversations that might have. So you have to go back and write a report on it and say, yeah, we talked to Jen McCabe and told her, yeah, you can give Krusty Panties a new couch. It'll fit right in her government subsidized housing.
About your family, because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at, 34 Fairview, that you arrived at, where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th, going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly.
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And
that's not the question.
The Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton,
okay.
Yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that?
She changed the timeline again, and AJ is building to something, and I'm a little confused where he's going.
Shalon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you know,
that's
David.
right.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
and Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname. Is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
That's such a weird nickname. Val, do it probably. Stop spilling.
I got nothing.
Shelly also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelly is the short name for Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks?
Yes.
Where are we going?
I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that
showing how
set
involved
of
they are
folks
in the
that I
town.
just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together?
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You had also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabe's, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times, you didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We just talked about that, Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there's some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, right?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie, who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the
Are you
most obvious
guys
of them.
picking up on? She's not covering this well.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Anytime that they're
department,
bringing up her family, she's trying very hard to, he's my, but you can get these micro bursts of aggression and her staring him down. And then you kind of physically see her like, oh crap, I'm not supposed to be being a cahoot. I mean, and then she does this rictus smile.
She hates Alan Jackson with the passion of 1,000 suns. She hates him. And if I would be amazed if she doesn't snap before this is over.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. She's able to do it right now.
Yeah, but I think he has to bait the trap and let her. Yes. He doesn't have to go for the jugular. She needs to snap because she's been doing the. It's my story.
With Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I stop you for a second and see Councilor Tadbach, please?
Sure.
What the hell?
Back at 11 a.m. So
they better not be doing a half day because I will lose my.
we are doing half a day today because Aiden will be in. I think we'll do a half day. She didn't mention it this morning, but Aiden will be going at 2 p.m. in his case, and I think maybe Karen Reed's lawyers need to be there or something like that. So yeah, but even though we talk so much, we are 10 minutes early.
Woohoo! I will say
I
that
think people are saying, "Oh, she's intervening." No, I think maybe a juror was doing the potty dance. So
the juror
that's
did the
appropriate.
hand test, and they're like, "Have to go."
Yeah. Hey.
Oh.
We have an unsure situation over here, not a sure or an unsure.
Yeah, Your Honor, I farted. I hope, but I just did and either on the floor has been out in the sun, or I might have shot it.
Look, don't ever prairie dog in Bev's court. Just get out of there.
Yeah, just do the. Never try to turtle in her court.
What I will say is I don't think Jen's going to be able to maintain this. Again, she's catching herself right now, but I'm seeing micro aggression like just split across her face. And if she's already struggling right now where he's asking mild questions, he's not even doing the Alan Jackson, like, oh, so they're your family, family sticks together. He isn't even doing that. He's asking fairly mild questions. And if she's already struggling to maintain anything, and you can tell when she's talking about her, when he says anything about her family, she does kind of a little, they're very small, but I've been trying to look at them and I don't think she's going to keep it.
TMI?
Why are you peeing in 2-liter bottles, Puddleton?
Why are you Howard Hughes?
He lives in Ori, Colorado, and East End. They don't have running water over there. Civilization haven't moved that far west yet. Can I send one of these to Jen McCabe?
Down to
Oh my gosh. No, because then she'd say, it was a shock and horror. I was harassed by this man from Denmark. Where even is Denmark? Is it even a country? He's a foreigner.
I don't like foreigners. They're from out of town, from an armpit city, like, was it Stanton or whatever the name of the armpit city?
Fall River.
Fall River. Yeah, that's an armpit city. But funny enough that they had that conversation and all sides were just, nope, we're not talking about that. So I think she might have been told, you're not going to open the door. If anyone opens the door, you can kick it in, but you're not opening the door like you did the last time. I'm pretty sure that's what the Zoom call must have been about.
And I'm pretty sure it's only because Bev is scared of the DOJ.
Hey, whatever motivates her to be a little more fair, I'm fine with.
It's kind of amazing how much has changed in the last 3-4 days as far as defense rights in this case. Because all of a sudden, Karen Reed's rights are being super protected in the last 2 days.
She has the right to a fair trial. Yeah, and you have the right not to misuse the law because you misstated what the law said.
And before Alessi could put it on the record that you were misstating
you're gonna win.
The law said.
Sit down.
Don't worry about it. You're going to win. I was just bitching.
And Hank's over, but Mom, you said I could have the Pink Power Ranger. I needed the full set. And you said you were going to buy it for me.
No one likes the yellow one. Mm.
I had a full set.
Oh, Puddle is back in the hospital. Way to take it out of context. Are you new
I'm
here?
Sorry, Puddle.
I will
also,
take
have you
anything
met
out of
us?
context.
Do. We make up shit about each other. That's what we do here.
I mean,
Puddle,
Jamie's
you have to
out
get better
saving
soon.
the pygmies in the rainforest right now. The pygmy hippopotamuses that were created with who was the person that had the cocaine hippopotamus?
Pablo
Yeah, they had
Escobar.
mini ones for home it wasn't a great idea. No one really wants a mini cocaine, hippopotamus, but it was the 90s. What can you do?
You made Predator movies. Oh, that was the 80s. You had mini hippopotami. Yeah. Wonder if it's that affidavit. No, I think it's most likely that you are not bringing up Turtle Boy. Last time, remember, she couldn't even get on the stand on Cross before she said,
Harassment
"We've been harassed."
Yeah.
We've been harassed. It's shock and horror every day. And you could see she really wanted to slip it in there when they were talking. What have you been talking about? Well, the case and how we have experienced. But I bet you the phone call last night was, you better shut up. Because you're not allowed to talk to it. Because then the defense can also start asking her. So you're talking about Turtle Boy. There's an affidavit in Turtle Boy's case. Have you had any conversations with a blogger named Krusty Panties? Krusty Panties is known for several harassment allegations.
How is she
several
not charged yet?
protection orders against her? Do you have communications with this person? And I bet you Hank doesn't want to go out and try and solve that mess. She doesn't even have to ask about the couch because Krusty. There's one thing Aiden has a restraining order against Krusty. Her constant there's a no contact order online as well, and she keeps talking about him.
Can we see a photo? I don't know who Krusty Panties is, and I'm just thinking of the little guy from SpongeBob. Like, we need more Krabby Patty sauce, which I know is probably Plankton is not what she looks like.
You asked for it. Just remind yourself you asked for this.
Well, I'm still not looking up Blue Waffle, but I'll look up Krusty Panties.
I would say this could be worse than Blue Waffles.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, Godspeed on your hard drive or whatever powers your computer magic.
Oh. It is
Also,
massive.
have we seen a picture of this couch? Like, is it a good couch? Does it have cup holders or like chargers? Well, the side profile was a choice. And she's going to get your dog too, my little pretties.
I was going to say she needs to be green. Oh, Turtle Boy.
This is Krusty Panties, former co-worker of Aiden's who something happened, and I'm not 100% sure about the histrionics about it, but they had a falling out, and after that, she has absolutely lost her mind. And she claims that Jen did marvelously yesterday, even though she's against all what's she goes against what everyone has testified to so far. If you want to see her on the couch, giggity. This is on the couch in question.
That's the couch she win for? I mean, if I'm getting a bribe couch, it's
a
cup
$900
holders.
couch. Come on now.
It doesn't have cup holders or a charging cable.
No, but it's
I'm out.
sectional. And I really like how
view is better.
It's better than her side profile. We have to give her that.
Yeah, to be fair, I have a honking nose. You just can't tell because I never film myself from the side. So, because smartness and vanity.
That's what I'm saying, Manda. Where the hell do you find a sectional for $900?
That is full of lead paint.
I've looked.
Was it from the Kathy Ireland?
I don't know.
Collection or the Daisy Fuentes collection? Because I think we need to know for Kmart shoppers among us.
I'm no beauty queen, but woof.
Buzz, your girlfriend. Woof.
Woof. No, it's not a formal paramour. It's they work together on his blog, and I don't
Lauren
know
was
the
the
full
former.
backstory. It's probably something we could cover in 47 episodes.
Hey
But
Baker,
since
you
then,
know Grok. Can you make a love child between Mr. Habsburg Jaw and Krusty for all of us for science?
Don't do that to the Habsburg Jaw guy. Leave him out of this. Mr. Wolf's a good
Yeah.
guy. He's just over there
Leave
pressing
Wolf
buttons.
alone. Leave
Leave Wolf
Mr. Wolf alone.
yeah, Wayfair is where you get your sectionals for $900.
Doesn't so? Is it Lauren, the G girl? That's the one that was the paramour,
Lindsay
right?
Gattani.
Lindsay, that's the one. Okay,
Lindsay
that's what I meant to
Gattani
say.
had a hearing today. Lindsay Gattani is the paramour, the honeypot that
Yeah,
they
the one
used to
that-
get Aiden in prison.
Yeah.
She has the
Jail.
fake baby and everything. She was supposed to have her hearing today because Lindsay Gattani has. She also has certain challenges. Allegedly, the same challenges one of our streaming colleagues also had. Hers is just a little bit longer and very much not overdone yet. So one night after someone was talking about her, I believe they had been in court or something, she said, "Hey, do you know what's a really good idea? I have a phone. And I might be in an elevated state of mind right now. So let me call this chick and leave a message about how I'm going to swing by and unalive her and her kids."
Yeah, I remember that.
Ian,
That didn't go over well.
I can imagine that's a
When
crime
you're making-
somewhere.
Yeah, when you're making death threats, y'all don't do it on a voicemail. Just put it out there. Don't leave a recording of it.
Yeah,
And especially if you have one of those,
classy.
don't call people with an iPhone that had that record thing. I'm actually a little surprised how easy she agreed that Karen wasn't important. Yeah, that to me was too easy. She should have said, "Well, how it is today, no, but back then, because she was with John and John was part family."
You
We
know what's
really
gonna.
loved her.
So I think what he's doing is he's setting up the paramedic chick. He's laying how family matters and family's the important part, and they celebrate together, they go on vacations together, and oh look, this paramedic's been on vacation with you guys like 87 times.
Well, and the female paramedic hasn't testified yet.
Not in this trial.
So now, was she the one that claimed that she was having really difficult PTSD
Yeah,
after
PTSD.
testifying? So
Yeah.
how can they bring in her? Well, I guess they can bring it in through Jen if Jen was there and heard it too.
That'd be hearsay.
Well, she can say she heard it. She can't testify to what she heard, but she can say she heard something.
But Jen says that she said it to the female paramedic. The only female on the scene was that chick. So that
the friendless
But she
firefighter.
said it to everyone. I mean, hell, between telling her to shut the F up and, settle the hell down, she was like, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Jen, Carrie. I mean,
No cop said anything like that. Everyone said she was very erratic, really hard to communicate with. But this chick firefighter who has no friends, who is just having her arm around Caitlin's boyfriend while sitting in a hot
repeatedly
tub, out drinking beers with them, is, I would call it an acquaintance.
At the Cape. They went to
At the Cape where they rented a house together. But no, I don't. No, probably an acquaintance. We went to the same high school. Didn't you do cheer together? Technically.
Lori Wallace, is that accurate? She's been on leave from the fire department for a year?
Yes. She got PTSD.
Oh, she got paid, y'all. She
got PTSD because of her testimony in this case, so she's been on leave almost since the last trial.
She's getting that free Canton money. She's getting all the money.
okay. I do like what Jackson is doing here. I think that the hardest sell for those of us, and I'm not I do think there's something hinky going on, but I haven't got all the little details of who's related to who
It's
like
hard.
you do. So what I will say is I like the way he's approaching it in this. He's
Yeah.
being methodical. He's going through and showing the links, and he's not, doing his little smart aleck stuff as much because it's
Bev
if
will
you
hate
wanna
it,
show me
and it'll show her as a victim of him.
well, and if you want me to buy this conspiracy theory, which is in my opinion, a big ask, because you've got to have a bunch of people working, all together and not being fuck ups. Excuse my language, but we know that's impossible. It's Canton.
It's friends and means a little slow in the uptake.
Yes.
Ohana means family.
True. Best movie ever.
Ohana means
Lilo
family.
and
Lilo
Stitch.
No.
Yeah.
Baker, what is wrong with you, man? No Dark Crystal, no Lilo and Stitch. Ugh.
He's not 5 and he doesn't have children. But
Have any of you
he's
seen
not
The
5.
Barbarians, the greatest movie ever made?
With Conan?
No, The Barbarians, not Barbarian. The Barbarians. It's the one where they are getting and one of them
jacked.
and one of them says and breaks the rope around his neck. Great movie. You should watch
1987
it.
sword and sorcery film directed by Ruggero Deodato and starring the Barbarian brothers, Peter and David Paul, Richard Lynch, and Eva LaRue. The film was an Italian and American. Where'd it go? It was an Italian and American co-production shot in Rome and the Abruzzo Mountains.
Hey
Peter
there,
and David
Karen
Paul were
Retrial
nominated
watchers.
for a Golden Raspberry Award as worst new stars for this film. Outstanding.
I know about Lilo and Stitch, but Lilo and Stitch is in that time period where I didn't watch Disney movies. So I know who they are, but I never watched it.
I will say
Ohana means family.
it's a cute movie. Before Disney went fully stupid and you could actually be an adult and watch their movies and not feel like you just ate lead paint.
I think the last one I saw for a long time was Mulan. I like Mulan. And then I didn't see till... Can't remember what the next one was. I like Moana.
Moana was cute. Moana is
What
cute.
can I say except you're welcome? Marissa, The Dark Crystal was in theaters not long ago here for a revival. It's terrible. Shame on you. Go punch yourself in the forehead.
How could you not love both David Bowie and his codpiece, which was the main character of that show, changed my
That
mind.
was the labyrinth.
That's the labyrinth.
Right.
I've
Never
seen
mind.
the labyrinth.
To be fair, both from Jim Henson, both possibly fueled by powder of the white source from the 80s.
Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing for age. It means no worries.
For the rest of your days.
It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. I only know that because sometimes my boys will... I want you guys to picture this. Now, picture a toe-headed boy, the complexion of myself, in the middle of Walmart for no reason, screaming, "Ah, Savannah!" Like he just makes up the words for no reason.
That's outstanding.
When I was a young warthog.
When he was a young warthog.
And I can't remember the English. The funny thing, when I was in the States visiting my sister, I had the Danish Disney compilation. So all the songs is in Danish. And the guy we lived with, he was so fascinated by it. So he went out and bought us each a copy of the American one so we can have one each, because I brought it for my sister as a gift. So we can have the American version so he could keep the Danish version, because he thought that... what Disney song can I...
How do you do Swahili in Dutch?
Da jeg var en teenage-gris, da han var en teenage-gris, havde han en særlig og særpræget lugt. Efter mad fik han altid maven fuld af luft. Jeg var ydmyg og flov.
Doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
Well,
Yeah,
it
you know-
actually Danish. Well, I'm not. I'm just doing it off my head. It's not Aqua, which I know by heart. So, but
Aqua.
But it's the same with Under the Sea and stuff like that. It sounds way better in Danish if you're Danish. This ain't no sing along with The Rock. Well, it is. Everything is a sing along with The Rock because he's a better singer than he's an actor.
I don't know. He was cute in oh gosh, what was that? Game Plan. It was a Disney movie.
Never heard of it.
The Rock plays like a football guy. I think he throws the ball, and he didn't realize that his wife kind of hid a secret love child from him. She dies, and then the little kid shows up at his doorstep.
Okay.
I mean, it didn't have The Rock shirtless, which was why I didn't vote it for a Grammy, but, you know, it was a Disney movie. Look, Farrell, I don't know what his football position was, like head hockey person or whatever, so I know he threw it.
I think if you throw it, it's the pitcher.
Wrong sport.
Good job.
That's baseball.
Yeah.
Or cricket.
Hakuna Matata er de klogeste ord. Hakuna Matata, klogere end du tror. Så tag det roligt, det er det bedste på jord. Det er en melodi, som gør dig fri. Hakuna Matata, Hakuna Matata. Ja, det er vores motto. Det er et motto. Aner det ikke, men det rimer på lotto. Vil du hvad, knæk? De 2 år kan løse alle dine problemer. Nemlig, tag nu Pumba for eksempel. Da han var en teenage-gris. Da jeg var en teenage-gris. Meget fint. Tak. Havde han en personlig og særpræget duft. Efter mad fik han altid maven fuld af luft. Jeg var følsom og sart. Skønt min hud var tyk, og jeg græd. Alle flygtede bag min ryg. Det var flot. Frygtelig flot. Og ikke spor sjovt. Ikke sjovt.
Dutch Disney on a budget from Baker this Sunday. Dutch Disney he is a one-man show. He will be doing The Lion King with the voices and face makeup.
I'll be painting Timon and Pumba in each hand. Jeg blev helt betuttet. Hvornår gjorde du det? Hver gang jeg Pumba. Der er børn til sæde. Undskyld. Hakuna Matata er de klogeste ord. Hakuna Matata, klogere end du tror. Så tag det roligt, det er det bedste på jorden. Det er en melodi, der gør dig fri. Hakuna Matata, Hakuna Matata. That's why you watch on commentary channels when there's no court.
You're not getting Danish Hakuna Matata on court TV. I promise you that much.
I mean, is that guy like, hey guys, have you been hurt by Ozempic or Ozempic-like weight loss stuff? Well, come all over here because here at Court TV, we care about you being, well, skinnier but bad in health.
Have you suffered a life-ending disease? Then you could sue. Well, I died. Don't worry about it. There's a live anniversary of the Les Mis where they have actors. It's actually quite a good one where they do I can't remember, is it Hear the People Sing or something where every time they switch, some of them sounds kind of weird, but the rest of them you can go along and say, oh, that's just Polish.
My viewers have dropped precipitously since you started singing, might I add.
My viewers are okay with it because I always start singing, so they're kind of like, oh my gosh, we're back to regular Mo.
Oh, it's awesome. I have a
mod. Can you feel the love next? Yeah, let's do that.
Can you feel the love tonight? That's all I got.
And this is why I love the little Danish guy. No, I just sang in Danish.
I have a mod, Mr. James, who's a personal friend from way back. He can do Hakuna Matata perfectly. The entire, both parts, every sound clip is perfect.
Wow.
It's amazing. It's
That
amazing.
is a
Sounds just
talent.
like
You
him.
should be able to put that in LinkedIn because I think jobs need to know about these like secret cool talents we all have.
Love the Rock and the Rundown. Funny movie. I don't think I ever watched that one. I think I was way
I
too
don't
old
know
for
what
that
it
one.
is. Kelly Didi. That means double the fun. Time flies. Member for 6 months. Thank you so much.
Could you be double down to frolic? I think that could be a t-shirt because I definitely wear a double D t-shirt for many reasons.
Funny, men's sizes comes in X's, but apparently women's sizes comes in D's.
Well, you know.
And double D's.
We accept all the alphabet over here.
If you want to get bumped to first class, no, I'm flying British Airways, so I should probably wear a British something. 900 for a sectional is cheap. I want a Natsuri leather sectional in 2005 and a trip to Rome.
Ooh.
The sectional cost 8,000.
Holy fazolies.
That checks out. The double D Divage. Oh my God. I texted him, Mr. James, my mod. I texted him to see if he was working. See if he can come on real quick. He's not going to come on. That's awesome.
Also, as someone who does have a chronic pain condition, I don't generally put that out there. I understand that Karen's condition is out there and that Jen and Karen kind of bonded. But no, they really didn't. Again, how can you be the strong mama bear and basically tell someone who's obviously traumatized, your pain doesn't matter, mine does, and you're being just unmanageable. I really don't like the way Karen is spoken about. I get they don't like her. I get that they think that she unalived their friend, but it just comes off looking super bitchy.
Yeah, and that's the big problem. They are very bitchy. Thank you, Kelly Didi, for gifting a membership to Sutton Red Sox girl.
Nice.
And we all know the Red Sox are from Boston. Puddletown, you need to find ladies with natural double Ds. Because female front parts are normally kind of soft. So it doesn't hurt you to bump them. I'm just saying. Yeah, Jen McCabe's new bling, that necklace Marissa found. Yeah, and Karen doesn't talk about it, and she has MS, she has her Crohn's disease, she has her stomy is called what in English? The back. She has the
ostomy bag.
Yeah, colostomy bag.
Okay, yeah, that's Denmark is just stomy, but
Well, because it's a stoma, so it's an opening in the body. Stoma, so colostomy, the stoma suffix means just a hole from the body. So
colon hole.
That's
basically what it translates to.
Pretty much.
Medical Mo on a budget will be here Sunday. You can follow her on her channel where she will fix all your problems. Everything just needs a hot compress and a little sprinkle of fairy dust. And we're not talking about the
salt.
angel dust. Angel's dust isn't the same as fairy dust to people out there trying it. Remember
And
back
Katie
in
Rose is right. You can have an ostomy, colostomy, or colostomy, or ileostomy. So they're just different parts of the digestive system. So colostomy is obviously going to be connected at your colon. The ileum is where the ileostomy is connected. So
what the hell is an ileum?
it's
Isn't
part
that a
of
book
your.
by Homer?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
Iliad.
but it's also part Iliad.
There was a private meeting in the courtroom with Judge Canoni, the prosecution, defense, and member of the O'Keefe and Reed family. I'm told everyone else was asked to leave for the courtroom for that. I will let you know if we learned what it was about. Ted Daniels. Thank you, Josie.
Member of
Josie,
the members of the Reed and O'Keefe family?
Yeah.
Huh.
Really weird.
That is super weird.
So that's why it's taking so long? I just figured it was a normal
We should have been back 20 minutes ago.
Bevness.
No, not if they're having a private meeting in and he just wrote it a minute ago on I don't know.
I can give you a really cool party trick that I learned when I was doing physical therapy, but I mean, I have nothing else for medical stuff right now.
If it has anything to do with ankles behind the head, I'm all for it, Mo. I'm all for it.
No, it's not that
Well,
fun.
I guess it's not that cool of a party trick then, is it?
Well, I mean, I learned new party tricks. I did have 6 children, had to find a new hobby.
Someone is having a good time in the.
Did Erin get her haircut? Is that Erin O'Keefe or?
That is Aaron. That's not today though. Today he was
Oh.
wearing a red shirt, wasn't he?
But well, no, because I remembered that woman with
It says
the
Jennifer McCabe.
the epaulets on her, or the fake epaulets on her shirt, and she had resting bee face today. I was like, who is the resting bee face staring daggers at Karen?
Well, anyone related to the Karen Reed family.
Well, wouldn't her family like
The
her?
John O'Keefe family, sorry.
I'll wear this T-shirt.
New merch in Valhalla's store. Who wrote what, please? Ted Daniels. No, we're not back, Marissa. Apparently there was some secret meeting. The Elk Lodge, isn't that the one?
That's one of them.
The one behind her is Carrie Dougal, the one whose husband sideswiped Karen at the last trial and at a hearing and got kicked out of court.
Oh,
yeah. Why he's allowed back in when Aiden can't be there because of shock and horror.
Shock and horror.
This is really weird. We are now on break we've been at break for roughly 45 minutes. Bev called the break. We thought it was going to be a pee break, but allegedly there was some meeting where everyone was kicked out of the room. I don't know. We don't know. No one knows. All we can do is speculate. I am instantly riding around. A court officer is telling everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor, except attorneys waiting to enter an adjacent courtroom. Reed's parents exit the courtroom. Paul, Erin, and Peggy O'Keefe step off the elevator and into the courtroom. The door closes again. Still in recess, court clerk has told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. The courtroom door closes. Oh, the timestamp is the other way around. So at 11:04, the judge calls everyone to the room and throws out the press. At 11:06, Paul, Erin, and Peggy arrives. 11:12, a court officer is telling everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor. Is this on the second floor?
They're clearing out a whole floor? Thinking like
Was there maybe something called in?
That's what I was thinking. Maybe like a
No, because they are called to the room and everyone else has to leave.
It doesn't make that wouldn't make sense.
The family, Jess Mercado, the families and counselor have been called back in, and then everyone on the second floor was told to move to the first floor. We are all just waiting. This is odd and not something that has ever happened. Trying to be a bit more clear, there was a regular break. Around the time that should have been over, the court called family back in with counsel. About 5 minutes after that, they told everyone waiting in the hall to move downstairs. And that is where we are right now. This is all the updates I can find on the Twits. So,
might be a plea deal. Might be a dismissal of charges.
Why would they have Alan Jackson? Bev is calling a pee break. Why would Alan Jackson then say, "Oh, by the way, let's make a plea deal"? Of things that makes no sense. This is the most nonsensical.
Alan Jackson that suggested it. I think.
It has to be the defense team that would agree to a plea deal.
If
you want to make it, unless the only thing could be that Brennan goes up there and say, "Well, if she can plead guilty to having an expired license, we'll leave now." But I can't see that happening either.
Well, yeah, I'm wondering if Brennan or something happened where this case is on life support, or I just don't see Karen, offering like, "Hey, I'm now in a retrial, but now I just want to plead and be over with." I don't know.
Could Jen possibly be on the verge of saying something?
But we don't see any black helicopters flying over the courtroom. I don't know what it can be. We are just heavily speculating. They're probably clearing the room for Aiden's trial because of a lot of people are going to Aiden's hearing. No, has nothing to do with Aiden's hearing. It's not at the same courthouse. The only thing, if it is a plea deal, would be that Brennan goes out and say, "We'll pay all your court fees," and say sorry and publicly say, "We can't prove it and we were wrong." I can't see any other plea deals would be accepted.
If she gets charged with a DUI and go home, I'd take that plea deal in a heartbeat.
No, because she's winning this one.
I don't know.
You would have taken a DUI 2 weeks ago. You don't take a DUI right now when Jen is losing. He's about to set Jen up to lose. They have the tech guy. They have everyone. Then it should come with a public. We clear her of everything.
Agreed.
If I would take a plea deal.
If I were Karen Reed, I think if I was offered a DUI conviction and be done with it right now, I'd take that in a heartbeat.
But she spent 2 years and a half, a couple of $1 million. I don't think this is just. And again, it wouldn't be a plea deal at this. This would be a plea deal provided by Brennan in the middle of anything. He didn't call the recess. This recess was called by Bev, most likely because a juror was doing the pee-pee dance. Why would he then go out and say, "Oh, fuck, Jen is doing so badly, I'm offering a plea"? Come on, guys, let's be reasonable. You wouldn't get a plea deal right now.
Probably
you would
not,
at least
but
you would let
it's
Jen
way better
die
than
on the
possibly
stand
spending
before.
It's way better than possibly spending the next 15 years in prison, though, right? Like a DUI and you're done. Yeah,
that's not what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Why would Brennan offer her a DUI plea deal right now? Why would he go through 2 hours of testimony after having 20 minutes of cross-examination? He says, "Oh, fuck, this case is over." It doesn't make sense what you're trying to imply. No way.
What if, and this is way speculation.
We were speculating about a plea deal.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to say that, hey, she was doing not that. She didn't bomb on Cross. So there's no reason he would go out and sit down and look around the room and say, "Plea deal? We know we have a shitty case, and we had a shitty case for the last year, but have you thought about a plea deal?"
Well,
I don't
my
buy it.
question, here's way big speculation, and we haven't heard anything, but what if the DOJ has a whistleblower now? Someone has turned state's evidence, maybe a disgraced former cop who no longer has a job.
Maybe Proctor.
I can't see it would happen in the middle of a court hearing. I just don't. Maybe Jen took an immunity deal to testify to the truth. Who would give her that immunity deal? That would be.
I don't know.
That would be.
Look, I was just thinking of fun things. It's either that or they all have the coup.
I'm reading Puddle Towns. The one who's going to give her immunity is the state. It's not a federal case. The feds didn't call Jen in the middle of her testimony saying, hey, you want a sweetheart deal because you're doing really bad on the stand? Come on now. She can't take a plea deal in the middle of a pee break. Or an immunity deal. She could, but who can call her? She's not allowed to have a phone.
It's probably something dumb like they ran out of bagels and schmear. Let's be real.
We're all
Bev's like, where are my white claws?
Right?
Look, I can't
Bev-
work here. I can't work here.
Bev just forgot about a hearing that she has at 1 o'clock, and it's only going to take about a half hour, and then they'll be back at it 1:30, 2 o'clock. What you reading?
Sorry, I'm looking around to see what the hell. But again, we had that Zoom call yesterday, ordered by the court, but I see that as something to do with. I have to give me 2 seconds.
It's probably nothing, y'all. We're over here, playing.
Okay, chat.
Playing
I need your
guessing
help.
games, but it's probably nothing.
Since we have a little lull and, Mr. Mo and I have date night, chips and salsa or Chili's? I can get
Chili's.
adult beverages at either, so I'm really okay with either.
Oh, is Chips and Salsa a restaurant?
No, chips and salsa is just our name for any Mexican restaurant where we go in and wipe out their supply of chips and salsa and then
Chili's.
wonder why we're too full to eat our actual meal.
Chili's and get the baked potato soup because it is delicious.
That does sound good.
Told you.
Or Texas Roadhouse. Look, I'm a gal who loves a
apparently
steak.
Paul O'Keefe is in the district attorney's office downstairs. Wasn't he just back in court? I'm hearing a bunch of different things, but can't confirm. This is all Jessica Machado. Go follow her on the twats to get updates.
I wonder if Jen McCabe is about to incriminate herself. That's what I wonder.
But this would seem preemptive for preemptive pre-crime. Again, what is she incriminating herself with?
Who is the car repair guy? He wasn't mentioned at the first trial. Who was at the house?
He sure wasn't. But I almost wonder if that was the police officer that used to have the body shop that helped take out the headlight, the taillight.
Yeah. Bedero, a long break out of nowhere resulting in kicking everyone, but the parties out of the courtroom is very odd, even for a case as odd as this one. This feels like an unexpected but serious issue. Jury related, possibly. Who knows? But this is weird.
This is weird.
Well,
I'll be
I
back.
can give you the only answer I can vouch for, which is the wheel of excuses from Canton. So, what is a question, or is that a crime? So, we are just trying to figure out what a question is or what a crime is, which makes perfect sense.
Sure. Counsel, sidebar, please.
Both Paul O'Keefe and Brennan went into the DA's office and then went back upstairs. And now the son is next to the mother.
Oh, yeah. Oh, these?
I wish we could see the defense, the prosecution table, because there was kind of like a serious walk back, but he smiled. And Karen's face is really hard to read because she has that gaunt face. So, what, if anything, is this? This is really, really, really weird.
Well, no one seems incredibly upset or anything.
No, but I'm trying to.
Maybe John's next to testify. But since it's a
We're in the
possible
middle of
hall
cross.
stay,
We're in the middle of cross. There's no reason to do this now.
Baker, has Bev ever made sense with any of the hearings and when she places them?
Could have been Paul was told to hide the meat sack.
That was my favorite part of the trial.
This is so weird.
Jurors, thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McKay back in here?
So nothing.
Oh.
The court told the press are not allowed to stand and must be seated. That's all. Sorry, I am trying to find any updates, and Jemima, she's really going out there.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police.
Sorry, this is kind of like coitus interruptus. You can't do this and do 37-minute long something and just, let's get back to it. I feel cheated. I feel like every woman I ever took to bed.
Knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
Look at Janetti. Is he showing her a phone?
Of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd ask you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Exactly.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
correct. They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
These are the feds. These are the feds. Could it have been this that was the
Wait.
problem?
Is this where she texted Carrie, you better shut your mouth? She's running her mouth? Or was that another part where she texted someone?
I don't know. We never heard about her interviewing with the feds ever before. This is
Oh, you're
totally
right.
new. We didn't hear this in the first trial.
You are right. Thank you.
Let's hope this goes well.
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement
Undecided.
agents continue to question you, as law enforcement
Right.
officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Oh, she's squirming. She's squirming. squirming, y'all.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I hope she pleads the fifth. I really do. And yeah, Mo, that was Tom Beatty's 16-year-old daughter that she told to stuff a dick in her mouth and shut up.
Oh, thank you, Valhalla. Like I said, you guys have
May I approach briefly?
all the answers. I'm trying to get it up to speed.
It's so incestuous. I'm still not completely there.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, and for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those two paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
Not very long. Not very long. We've been on break for most of it.
Just before this, we had a break that was unexpected and roughly 35 minutes long. Something that wasn't brought up in the first trial, the feds. The feds interview with Jen McCabe has now entered the chat. I don't know if it wasn't available at the first trial or why we didn't hear about it.
It was because of the gag order.
Yeah, but why can they use it now? And is she needing to go back to the Reading Rainbow and learn how to read to get through this deposition? It's 3 pages. She's reading slower than...
She's got to remember exactly what she said because she doesn't remember
she's going
right
to be
now.
impeached with her lies right now.
She does this all the time. Anytime that there's a report available, she wants to see it before she testifies on it. She's done it in this trial and the last trial. Anyway.
I mean, it's
Now she's doing it
smart.
in this one. Well, yeah, and I'm
I
sure
bet
Brian
you
Albert told her to do it.
And I bet you the officers or the agents probably memorialized this interview in more way than one. So she
guaranteed.
can't lie this time and say they misunderstood me. This is probably going to be worse than we thought. Oh, it might be
amazing. It might be
Could
amazing.
Be good and it could be bad.
Yes.
Piper. Shit, sorry. Damn dog's got a bloody spot. She keeps laying on the carpet.
Oh.
She scratched herself.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate. Yes. In reviewing,
But he made very sure they told you cannot lie. So he's going to impeach her with, she said. And probably she's going to do the same she did the last time, say, everyone just misunderstood me. I have a speech impediment.
Yeah,
I'm
but
willing to
how do you
bet it's
text
got-
4 other new people? I'm wondering if they have her text messages and calls during that 10 minutes.
Well, of course they do. They got an extraction from her.
I think we already have that in evidence from the first time.
Yeah.
Oh.
She I'm wondering though if she lied, just blatantly lied about the timeline set up with Carrie Roberts and crew.
Let's fingers crossed, fire coming.
those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement
Brian
officers
Albert.
from a different agency. One of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you
Just
enter
ask
our
yes or no.
town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why
No.
you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to
What
find
was she
out
about to say there?
what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling.
She wanted to find out if she wanted to know what she had told them so they could get the story straight.
Well, but she
No.
said typically
So you
when
just
you
wanted to find
enter
out
our
if she'd been
town and then you
contacted.
cut her off.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes.
That was
correct.
your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story.
You needed
There's
a
what
timeline.
happened, and that's
so,
it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she'd been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no-
nothing
Yes,
more than that.
So
I'm
let her-
sorry.
Let her
From a
finish her answer.
different
Go ahead, Ms.
Mr.
McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful
See.
in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what you were telling is just the truth, there'd be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. Was there? There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying,
Oh, this isn't like the ice cream truck. These are the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Stop trying to make this different. Just say, "Yeah, I was afraid. We were in the middle of this." This is the problem when you lie. You have to build on the lie.
And she's so defensive about it that it makes it seem all she could have said is, yeah, I called her. We're going through something. I called her. And then had
Yeah,
she not been defensive, and he said, to change your story. The problem is she's so defensive about all of this. It's hard to believe her, even if this is her truth, the truth, or something sort of like the truth.
Yeah.
She might end up
Did
with
the ice cream-
charges after this.
Why didn't they use? Well, they hid this from Carrie Roberts. They might need to get her back on the stand to testify about this phone call as well.
.com. It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
No, I'm not listening.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No, I
know.
Yes or no?
It's
I don't
enough.
trust the
If you-
feds.
Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brand will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, They asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true?
Was
it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Terry Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
You should probably right now say, if you are Brennan, say, sorry, Your Honor, can we come to sidebar? I think Mrs. McCabe need to talk to her lawyer. She's about to perjure herself on the stand, and not in front of Bev Canoni, but in front of the Department of Justice.
All righty, here we go. Oh, it is holistic. Holistic is why she was not able to answer the truth, because she was looking at the situation holistically, and that's why she couldn't remember who she texted, because they weren't in her five.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. Did you contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I could explain,
let me ask
it will make more sense to you.
The agents asked you, let me go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes. No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
Only one person can talk at a time.
You said the word no.
She was finishing her answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two.
Now she's going to go into I'm so confused because, lady, you lied when they approached you at your car. Then they called you and you said, give me 10 minutes. Then you called 4 people. And then you claim you forgot that you were under the pains of perjury and just said 2 people. This could be the Titanic we were hoping for.
Don't federal officers have like a little badgy thing, and they show that?
Yeah.
So then when they tell you like it's a crime to lie
under the
at me?
pains of perjury, this is an interview. She
So who do
admitted she was told. She was informed of what it would happen if she lied to them. She just lied to them. She just admitted to lying to the Department of Justice.
So she either contacted Brian Albert or Emily Proctor. That's my guess. It's one of those 2 people she contacted.
But she was in shock and horror.
Yeah.
Officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth.
This is why you don't lie. Because when you're a bad liar, you end up looking like this on the stand.
I kind of made some phone calls.
This is
So next question is.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else.
Oh, she's squirming hard.
Law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why can't you talk about that?
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McKay?
Objection.
Sustained.
That would be hearsay.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you, and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that. Next, yes.
They need to get this in there. They need to figure out the way to ask this question.
I know. I want to know. And how do they know she called someone else? Well,
Because
I
they
mean,
have
other
a
than
court
reporting
order.
on herself.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
A couple of people.
She used
couple of
10
people.
minutes to call 4 people, and she only mentioned 2 of them because she forgot the last 2. We're not talking about they came in 2 days later. It's 10 effing minutes.
No shit.
I mean,
Is
I
that
have
your
a bad
testimony?
memory
Yes.
now,
You had
but
forgotten. You remembered Matt,
I'm not
and
that
you remembered
bad.
Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
5?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank you,
office.
Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Called it.
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law,
Winning.
who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
Outstanding.
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany.
You're such an idiot. You talked to
you know,
them 5 people in 10 minutes, and you forgot the 3 of them.
And you know what you
Oh.
would do? You would look at your call log on your phone.
Yeah.
Let me
You could
double
just
check
say,
and make
yeah.
sure I don't commit perjury right now. Don't lie
And
to an
again,
I mean,
investigator.
maybe
I could get that maybe one of them could slip her mind, but the DA's office, she's calling the DA's office to say, "Hey, am I in trouble? The feds are outside my door. What the fuck am I gonna do?" You're gonna talk to them. Don't say anything. Just be as vague as possible.
Right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further. Mr. Judge.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
That's your family, right,
Met the
you
other
idiot?
family, correct? Of other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well?
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up?
Yes.
And Brian Albert showed up?
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening?
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
I've never
Okay.
heard that term.
And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yeah. Yes.
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't
categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not,
but again,
I don't know about
How can she
spousal
say-
privilege. Andrea Burkhardt is saying this is why they can't mention him. There could be potential spousal privilege because did he help her facilitate a lie to the FBI? So we don't know. No one knows. We're not lawyers. So
One would
we'll
hope
have to
you
see
could
the
say
rundown of this
inebriated
later.
sober.
Yeah, I don't know.
and I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakitases and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes, at different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking.
She's really happy that he went away from that one, and I think as Steven said, yeah, this is his yo-yo. Oh, fuck. Oh, we're just talking about, yeah, I know this part. We rehearsed this part. I'm going to say grab ass. I'm going to say everything was nice and everything. And then he's going to go back and catch her off foot again.
Yeah, he's probably going to say, so have those agents talked to you about lying to them?
Yeah. So when you lied, did you also lie about this instant?
Yeah, he's going to catch her off guard.
Swearing off on one another, playing, but swearing off on one another. Correct?
He was only ordered away from the Matt McCabe. He wasn't ordered away from the line of questioning.
Don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they were punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mm-hmm.
When they grapple with one another, like faking punches to each other.
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands, right?
Oh God, no.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing each other, fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah, in the video.
So let's talk about Brian.
We're all having fun, right?
How does she remember this, but like they were touching each other, boob tap? No idea. Don't remember.
But I love that she's, we're such a fun.
We're wild and crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like the Joker's origin story.
They took a each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're full of shit, lady.
You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were
Were they acting like gay hippos? Yeah, I call it the hippo dance.
The hippo dance.
wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy
Do they lock fist sticks?
coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen.
Oh, this is really good because he didn't do this the last time. Instead of her kind of, oh, you wanted her to go there. Now they're implying that they were in a fighting mood inside the bar and they wanted her to get away from there.
Yeah,
That's
it does
good.
look more nefarious the way he's shading it here. Like Karen, you're coming with me because, John needs to have a talk with the Bri-Bris.
Yeah.
To 34 Fairview, separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
They were doing a weight loss challenge. No fist sticks.
Miss
Only
Reed
potatoes
and
healthy.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband Matt over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters in the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
One of those magic eye ones?
You
Did you
indicated
see
that was
the
when
whole
they,
thing?
correct?
Yes.
That was when one of the Bryans testified that they came up
Yes.
to look at pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, this is your. Yeah, I'll take care of that. Can you just take a look at that photograph just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize the photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Sit it down for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, just hold your Honor.
Okay.
The number that you want? 3. Your Honor, with court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3.
It's really,
Permission to publish?
yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Wall, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes,
What is that?
that is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house? Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you get from that side door into the basement? We know from the first trial they said the basement, the garage was used for storage. The brides were gone for a minute. Maybe it's not the basement. Maybe it's the garage. I don't know.
You didn't go in the side door. You went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the.
Yes, she lied to the feds and then called them up and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I lied to you."
Family room or whatever that room's called, living room?
Yeah, like just right there, right where they are. Just kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
Really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond, I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the drive. Here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me. Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox.
But you testified yesterday that when you texted her, Karen was at the mailbox. Is she setting her up for another?
Rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Okay.
Again, you're not allowed to talk about her husband because spousal privilege.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins,
Can you
it's his
pause it,
Jeep.
Baker?
He's in the house. That Jeep's not.
So is the Jeep with the back by the driveway? That's a plow.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how it was.
This is how
I guess
they
we'd always had
found
it-
out. This is how they claimed the last time. If you hold it up again, he said he drove into the driveway and plowed it for the fun of it because that's the best joke in the world. But she testified yesterday. The first time she texts John, he is by the mailbox, and then he's in front of the living room door, and then he's at the flagpole. but
No.
never ever mentions that she was on the outside of the Jeep. Ryan Nagel never testifies to seeing any Jeep. The Jeep didn't appear anywhere in this trial until Brian Higgins told us about it at the last trial.
She said because I thought that too, right? And I went back and looked. She said the first time she saw Karen's car, it was directly in front of the door, and she saw it out the door directly in front of the door, so not at the mailbox.
Oh, she changed that as well?
That was how she testified last year.
No, she did say it was parked at the mailbox.
Unless she does it at the end of cross or something, the way she testified, because I just watched it last night again, because I am a masochist.
Correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's still, no one else then testifies like this, because Ryan Nagel says, I pulled up behind Karen Reed, who was parked at the mailbox.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I do not. I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow, and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
That's not what he
When
asked.
you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
Almost like Trooper Proctor.
Then bring it up and
intentionally left
impeach her
Higgins
with her
out.
prior testimony.
Yeah, bring it up.
Yeah.
Because I don't have Proctor on there.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house, to the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case.
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come, yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right, yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right, not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Several times, in depth, for hours.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Is it true that what you actually said Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman. Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are
It's
not
in
my
police
words, no.
report.
Okay, next question.
So she didn't lie to
Facing
that
the
officer.
opposite direction.
He lied in his report.
Well, but this
You've
is
already
also
indicated
good
that
for the defense. Can you
following
pause
the
it,
events of
Pedro?
January 28th and 29th, you have
So even if you think the entire conspiracy thing is fakakta, it still goes back to Trooper Proctor is changing witness statements because she's going to die on this hill. I didn't lie. Trooper Proctor done it. It's still good for the defense, even if we don't get like the, super suplex move on Jen or whatever it is, super submission move. It's still
The Boston crab.
Look, whatever. Yeah, the Boston lobster.
spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the
according to
morning
Kerry
of
Roberts.
January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John.
A 30-year cop isn't in other shock. He's like, oh,
Right.
fuck, that's not good.
The other thing that's really bugging me about this is she has yet to admit that the timeline thing, right? So far it's just Carrie, or did she mention that Peggy had him do the timeline? I can't remember now.
She mentioned Peggy had her do it. That Peggy wanted kind of explanations before they all forgot.
Peggy wanted to make sure that they could remember everything.
It was not.
Why call Peggy when the feds is at your door? Peggy
weird,
is a
right?
doddering old woman
Maybe
filled
she's
with
not.
piss and vinegar.
Maybe
Well,
she's
but why-
actually that bish, if you know what I'm saying. Maybe Peggy is
Well, but
the
why would you want to
matriarch.
cause more upset with Peggy if you, again, you're just trying to help this old woman who's lost 2 of her 3 children. Why would you bring more stress into her house? Why would that be one of the first people you call? Oh my God, the not feds are here.
Yeah. I thought it was ice cream truck people, so I lied about my identity, which I believe is a crime to lie to the feds if they probably identified themselves. You can't say, no, I'm not Jennifer McCabe. That's another thing.
Yeah, and
more
had
than
they
just us
engaged
being
her,
together.
they would show her ID. They
Yeah.
wouldn't be like, no, we're salespeople.
Yeah.
Actually, from what I've seen of like videos and stuff, feds are real hesitant to show their IDs in the beginning. They want to try to catch you off guard, and then if you ask for their IDs, they'll show them to you.
Oh,
okay.
See.
Yeah,
Fair.
they want to kind of get you off your balance a little bit. They don't want you to know always that you're talking to an FBI agent.
This is the only skills that wine moms have, being a Karen and stirring the pot.
And trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And
here's
during that
where I am.
conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
We didn't. No, not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend
Except
network
for
that we're
Brian
talking
Albert.
about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family. My sister, my brother-in-law, it wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And you told
Questions
them?
like that, and I absolutely told them. But it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not,
You're
no.
not a trained investigator.
No,
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
no.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, okay? I'm asking you whether or not factually if anybody was separated in the house. Or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Could you please stay by the microphone, Alan Jackson? And you're stupid beach. You don't determine how you run an investigation.
Okay,
No.
I'm trying this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay.
This is
I'm
all
asking you what
to
your
set up
determination
Albert,
of who the witnesses are.
Brian Albert. This is all to set up Brian Albert. When Brian Albert takes the stand, they're going to roast him for being involved with all of these communications. Being a 30-year police detective of the Boston PD, they're going to eat Brian Albert alive when it comes to his turn.
He's the only one who testified until he testified. Everyone had said, yeah, we were just in a big room getting questions. And then he said, no. We were all in separate rooms and I didn't hear any word anyone else said. And then everyone else started, oh, no, yeah, we were separated.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement.
Yeah, I think you should slow down a little bit
have
again.
discussions about the events of January 28th to 29th. That's a yes or no question. Are you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then he promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when he arrived.
You've testified in the past that Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car, but he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was in the house for the interview.
Thank you.
I really hate that she looks at the jury I think she's seen the AH on the stand and think, oh, that looks really endearing.
You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
You remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in April. Yes.
2022?
Yes. Yeah, sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an anteroom?
An anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
waiting for testimony?
Yes.
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
Yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So, in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe.
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog.
Yeah, good sized dog, yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little Munchkin dog. That was a
No,
full-size German
it's a
Shepherd.
full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
It was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 3430, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 3430.
Hey,
Yes.
Baker,
Where
would you not notice something in your side yard?
I don't have a side yard. I just have a yard.
Okay, if they were parked 10 feet catacorner to your, say, your window, would you not notice 27,000 cars and lights and some woman yelling, "Is he dead? Is he dead?"
No, I woke up the other day because we had there's a company in Denmark that delivers small packages, and they do it at like 3 a.m. So I woke up by that, but that's probably just, because a car comes at a time that it doesn't come, and I instantly wake up because of that, and then I stay up for an hour because my old baker instinct kicks in. So I need to go to work now, and but other than that, never woke up if a car made any noise or there was any weird audiovisual thing going on. Never happened in my life. Never ever happened in my life.
In her defense, I wouldn't notice if something happened in my side yard.
You wouldn't
I have
notice
11
if-
and a half acres, though, right? Like I can't see my whole
well,
yard.
Fair enough. But I can tell you that if it was happening across the street at my neighbor's house, I'd be vacuuming my front lawn with the
Right.
Dyson. I'd be like, "Hello. No, I'm just doing some spring cleaning."
I go weeks without seeing another person sometimes. It's awesome.
Grant is
That
saying
makes
the
me
closed
peanut
door
butter
meeting was
jealous.
about a tiff between the Reeds and O'Keefe, and that's why they made Paul move his seat. Yes, Grant reads Twitter just like I do. That's what some people are saying, that there was something going on. Grant has no knowledge about this. Grant isn't in the courtroom.
Responded, correct?
Yes.
You said my client was screaming to the top of her lungs. Is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her.
Yes.
Shut up!
No,
shut the
only-
fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Small packages like this.
Then 6:40 a.m. under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the
Just
stairs
walked into
up
the
40
house.
bedrooms,
Stop
correct?
saying my sister.
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
You did.
Would you say that you were loud?
Would you
or
like to
quiet?
look at your testimony?
Yeah.
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to start.
No, because the house is wide open. Every cop in Canton leaves their house wide open with apparently deaf dog.
Startle them, but I have to wake them up because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. Definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, We can get in the mind of a dog. A relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs. The house is completely dark. Walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking. Get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
She said the last time she didn't see the dog, and it must have been sleeping
As you
in
indicated,
a
it's
cupboard or
not that the
something.
dog wasn't reactive. It's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
Objection.
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing.
This is good work. First of all, she admitted she lied. Second of all, she then got the DA's office, Peggy, not Carrie, because she did disclose that, and Brian in on that. So they can now be impeached with, did you also call everyone and didn't you tell her, just tell her the story. Why are you calling us? Everything's fine. And now she just admitted, I didn't see the dog. Anyone who owns a dog, one in chat, if your dog would react if someone came into your house, it could be a friend, it could be a foe, it could be a bird chirping outside. Wouldn't your dog at least say, oh, there's a new butthole I can smell?
I can speak for Fry, who is supposed to be a Pomeranian and Husky miniature, who turned out to be more German Shepherdy. Yes, he would go ape bananas when someone came in. And if someone came to talk to his mom, well, he would probably pee himself and hide behind me, but he would sound really aggressive while doing it.
Yeah, and Brandon would like to trade dogs with you if it's not peeing on your bed every night.
Freiberger was in heaven.
Dog or no
So
dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole.
I think you should just move on now. He has this tendency to just keep on hammering the nail, and it gets a little repetitive.
Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you
dog.
ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else?
Remember, we had to put Chloe in the basement because she wasn't good when we had guests over, but she just thought, hey, I'm going to eat some gummies and go to bed. It's been a long night, man. Been in the basement all night. Oh, this is actually, I didn't think about that because Brian says we had to keep her away from everyone because she was a little bit hard to handle.
now, Baker, devil's advocate here. If Jen is always over at her sister's house, would the dog consider that part of the extended pack and not maybe lose its marbles?
Yeah, but would she? Again, there is 5 emergency vehicles, a screaming lady, radios
enough.
going off outside. Yeah, Chloe was just hungover. She was just like, "Hey, leave me an electrolyte drink and just turn off the light again, please."
They just left the trash can
dog was
down.
not
Chloe
with
was
strangers.
occupied.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you.
High maintenance Caitlin, who is not friends with the friendless firefighter.
At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second. Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 of the court's permission?
Okay.
And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Not to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McKay.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference. Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's not the side of the yard.
Yes.
No, the pictures of the yard is always really deceptive.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry, lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left,
yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
Okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention.
You were paying attention because you were texting.
For like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in.
No. It's the same cars, but it's the magic car, the Jeep that is there that isn't there.
Exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message?
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a precipient witness in this case, correct?
She doesn't understand
so.
the
It was
big
very
word.
early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house.
Yes.
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home from the 34th area from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information that Julie Nagel was a recipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night?
That's, what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan?
I believe she turned her phone in a couple of weeks after, maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
And Nagel indicated that he pulled up.
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m. 12:23 a.m. sounds right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
No, they didn't mention it the first time, I think.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I go? Okay. Take a look at that transcript, that call. You can read that to yourself and highlight what you see. That could be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come?
Why don't you come to council?
Well, that sucks.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
Again, she wants to see what she wrote around it. Just asked about the screenshot. Is this the screenshot she sent you? It's a yes and no answer. And latest rumor is that the Commonwealth again will try to have Aiden's bail revoked.
Prior to his hearing?
At his hearing.
Oh.
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
That wasn't her answer.
What we've discussed. It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really.
It's just what we discussed, so it does refresh her recollection about the screenshot.
Really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
She so needs to get all of it because she knows she's going to lie again and she needs to have it in line with her previous lies.
Why is she typewritering? You can read without moving your head.
Because she's really afraid that she's going to lie one more time.
Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
Yeah.
So this does not reflect your recollection of the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
My question. I have to do it this way. Mr.
Okay,
Case.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this? As
Put
to
it
the
on
time
screen.
That was reflected on that screenshot.
I remember. I don't. Sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Withdrawn.
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here. Yes.
Or maybe it's
Yes. Something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which he had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside?
When she walked out and then came back inside.
Soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
She was gone for at least 5 minutes, according to her own testimony earlier. So let's just do the mathing. She gets that at 2:23. She puts her shoes on, walks down the driveway, talks to her brother, comes back in. Add a minute for going out and back. That would put it at 2:28, 2:29. And then Karen Reed unalives John O'Keefe in the next minute with everyone looking out the door, getting close to the door. No one hears anything. She drives off. He then does the tango for 25 steps and falls over because he remembered that, oh, I have to check this text and I'm dead.
What time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time
But you know, every other
just
time.
off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay. You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my.
Rassler, she is doing fine. She admitted to lying to the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the Department of Justice, whoever they sent there. She then admitted that she never saw Chloe the night she ran into the room, where Alan Jackson made it sound really unbelievable that a German Shepherd wouldn't have yelled. And now we had her testifying that she got a screenshot so she could remember her timeline. And now he wants her to try and pinpoint when she saw a car, and she can't do that because, can I get the report? She's not doing good, our lovely girl.
Peripheral vision on the left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep. Is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that.
That's such a weird thing to say. It's just say, yes, his Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay my.
In the last trial, she had all the times down, but the problem was all the time she had down was she claims she saw the truck at 12:45, and we know the truck the SUV couldn't be there at that time.
much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV rather. So just behind that is left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
That's not what you testified.
As it relates to the lights.
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked and you saw Brian Nagel's truck. Then you saw.
I'm thinking he's slow burning him for something bigger because, I don't know. He has this way of he gets really into a thing like a dog with a bone, and he's losing me sometimes.
It's a Jeep. Then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
I have one more question.
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? That's the question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't, and I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was
because Brian
Karen's car
Nagel
there,
says he was
and in my
right behind
peripheral vision,
Karen.
I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very well.
All right, a little bit less sort of.
Ooh, woof. The reason why he's getting into that is because Ryan Nagel will testify. I pulled up behind Karen Reed. I saw her move up to the end of the guard, at the flagpole. When I passed her, I saw the interior light on, her hands at 10 and 2. So that's why he wants her to say, yes, Brian Higgins' truck was in between us, because then again, she will come off as a liar when Ryan Nagel is there to testify that he didn't see the Jeep, because he never ever mentioned it the first time. My only problem is he has this way of asking the same question repetitively, and he sometimes never really gets to, because you've heard it so many times that when it lands, it doesn't land. I think he should be more specific. He asked her 7 times where the car was. She said the same thing. I saw life in my peripheral vision. She's not going to get the answer he wants.
No,
Just ask her then and be leading and say, so you saw Karen Reed straight in front of the car, right next to her, right behind her was Brian Higgins' truck, and the light you saw was outside of the driveway.
Well, yeah,
And she
or
says,
even
yes.
do
And then
that
let her
old
impeach
canard
us.
of, so you gave an interview with so-and-so about this 2 days after the incident. Do you agree that your memory might be better 2 days before the incident, do all that, jazz, and then have that? He needs to learn when he's not going to win with her, and he needs to be very aware that Bev is not going to let him continue to question her. She is going to side with Jen, and Jen can stonewall him if he doesn't kind of learn to admit defeat in some things and then pick out the really important stuff.
And he doesn't need to admit defeat. He can just ask her specifically to print it into the juror's mind. So the car was here, the Jeep was here, and Ryan Nagel's truck was here. This is how I understand your testimony. Yeah, I didn't really look, but you're saying Karen Reed was right in front of her. Bring up the picture again. Say this is the door. This is the mailbox. There couldn't have been a car between them. Do you agree? Yes. So it must have been behind them. Yes. And then when Ryan Nagel comes up there and say, I never saw a Jeep. I pulled up right behind Karen Reed. Then you have your gotcha moment, because you're not going to get your gotcha with this witness. You already got a gotcha when she lied to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Yes, and that's why he needs to move on instead of repeatedly ask the same question, because the jury will just think he's battering the witness. You can make your witness look sympathetic if you keep doing it. This is probably when AJ, he's having an off day. He was clearly at the bar with Spacey last night. I don't know. He should impeach her. He's trying to, but she will not change her testimony. And you can't impeach her if she says, I just don't remember. This is why I have said multiple times, stop saying, I did this, I did that. Just say, I can't remember. Well, will this refresh your memory? No. As I sit here today, I can't remember if the Jeep was behind them or it was between them. I really can't remember. He couldn't do anything then other than say, but well, at this interview, I might have said that. As I sit here today, I just don't remember it that way. And you don't have to sit there and I had my peripheral and I saw lights and there was a UFO across the street and the Asian house, it smelled like dumplings. It was weird. You just say, I saw Karen Reed's car. That's the only one I focused on because I was waiting for John. Send him a text. Hey, park behind me. And I know Higgins' truck because I saw it when we drove up. And I know that Julie Nagel went out and talked to her brother. I saw some light over there. It must have been in front of the driveway, but I'm not sure today if it was in front or behind the Jeep. I really can't remember today. Then you don't have to have AJ asked 35 times, but where was it? Because you can just say, I can't remember. Everyone would believe that more than any of her story about peripheral vision. And I just did a quick look and you would be out of your hair and you would actually win your argument. But 45 minutes of just use the testimony then, and well, you remember it then. Why are you lying then or now? Well, just say you testified like this at the last trial, and you're saying today is not the way you remember it. Then the jury have heard, oh, she changed the story again.
Yeah. Yeah, some of these things he just needs to let land. And unfortunately, I know it's scary, but trust that the jury is paying attention.
Yeah.
I mean,
hopefully his guys will say to AJ the same questions. His guys will say to AJ, I don't know what that is. But we have roughly 30 minutes of lunch break. Hopefully you'll be back and follow the cross-examination. I thought it would be half a day. That was kind of what we were promised. But apparently it's a full day. And I thought they would end early because Aiden is going to court, but it's going to be 1:45 when we go back. And yeah, let's see what happens because Aiden, I believe, is doing court at 2 p.m. So we're going to be out of here because I need some manger, as they say in Quebec.
Jen! Miss Reeds.
Yes.
Jen!
Get cut and dry. Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?